pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Gary?
God, we thank you for the opportunity to come together and do the county business again today. We pray that you give wisdom and guidance to our commissioners as they make decisions that benefit and impact all the county. We ask, Father, that you watch over our employees, protect them, bless them. Yeah.
You just never seen these ways. Now we're all here.
Yeah, it's all going to be different.
Well, good morning, everyone. I've reviewed last week's minutes. Make a motion, we approve them. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
All right, I got a few more things for you to get started. Next week, Monday is Memorial Day, so we need to motion to reschedule that meeting to Tuesday, June 1st.
That's my motion.
One second.
Moved and seconded. We move next week's meeting till Tuesday. All in favor? Aye.
All right, and then there's the bills, and I left the payroll sheets there to be signed too.
I make a motion that we approve the bills for $374,200.97.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Okay. And last week, I believe I had the transfer certification on real estate. I now have the one for personal property. So I just need a motion to accept the appraisal rolls for personal property.
I make a motion to accept the appraisal rules for personal property.
Second. To be moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
And if you guys could all sign that, and then we have to send it, I'll give a copy back to the appraiser's office and they have to send it into the state showing that we've taken care of it. Got some more things we'll get to a little later in the meeting, but I think that's all I've got for you right now.
Warren, one of you two, want to go ahead? Or both of you?
Well, the project is progressing. I mentioned this prior to the meeting. We were able to get a full weekend last week. Probably not full productivity, but a lot of the weather hampered us. But a lot of block work is going right now as scheduled. We're actually placing our next slab on grade section of the building today, the kitchen area, which is primarily epoxy floor. Our epoxy flooring is going in there. There's a lot of block outs. We have our walk-in freezer, walk-in coolers. All of our floor sinks are set and plumbers are there verifying it. Victory Excavating, due to the weather, they weren't here last week. I know we got the meter vault from Mound City. They're mobilizing back to the site. We're going to wrap up our fill in the Sallyport area so we can put in our trench drain, our main trench drain. Our plumbers can do that. They plan on setting the meter vault this week and wrapping up the southwest corner of the job where that new fire hydrant got installed and get that area cleaned up and backfilled and protected from the masons' activities. So a lot of work going on out there right now. Probably our biggest crew we've had in several weeks with everyone back here today. So another big activity going on. The electrician is now able to install their million raceways they've got into the main IT server room. This is going to be probably their most intensive under slab roughing work. So that's going to, till we get all that in underground, stubbed up to where the servers and the IT racks and all that go. It's going to be a little bit, probably a week and a half where we can start prepping for our next 8-inch slab on grade, which would be our last 8-inch slab on grade, which is where all of our load bearing block is installed. So, other than that, if the weather cooperates, we'll make some good headway. So,
What, it goes back to 4-inch in after with the rest of it, or?
Yeah, all of our 8-inch slab on grade is where the load bearing, block that supports the roof steel's at. That's, we'll call it the west half of the building. The east half of the building is our typical 4-inch slab on grade with structural steel, steel beams, metal stud framing. That's gonna be, we're working our way from west to east right now. That's where like the courtrooms and attorney offices, judges' offices are and all that, so.
Any questions? Any questions, Jim?
Nope.
And you guys are gonna be with us later on today?
Yep, we'll be
Thank
back around 11.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Mar?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Galen Anderson, manager with AMR. Numbers wise, the last 7 days we've had 15 transports, which has been a little bit busier than the month has. So far for the month to date, we're at 35 transports, which has been slow for the month, but just part of the ebb and flow. It'll come back up and get busier, I'm sure. Let's see, we hired a part-time EMT and a full-time medic recently, and then I already let you know that we have another medic transferring down from Kansas City operation. So we'll be fully staffed here when they're done with their orientation. Last week I was up in Pleasanton and did a walkthrough with the county, or with the city clerk of Pleasanton, kind of to prep for that motorcycle rally. They'll be coming up next month. And looks like there's some really good planning going into it. Quite a number of blocks on Main Street's going to be totally involved, but they have good access planned for the ambulance and law enforcement off to the west side of the event, the full length of the event. So it looks like there'll be good access and some good planning for where we'll have kind of a rendezvous area for patients to be brought to if they need transported out. So I think it'll go well, go smooth, and not impact the regular services in the county. My supervisors were able to reach out to Miami County EMS, who did the same event last year in Paola, and got good information from them about, how many patients were seen, how many patients were transported from that event when it was in Paola. So we have definitely have confidence that we know what we're getting into, and it's not going to impact the county service. So there'll be an extra ambulance in service that day dedicated to the event that the city of Pleasanton's paying for. And then I think that's, I asked Rick about providing a letter of recommendation on behalf of AMR. The county of Allen County is going to go out for bid for their ambulance service.
Yeah, just make sure, you have any objections to that? I think you've done a great job for us, and
Thanks.
actually seeing what goes on up in Topeka, I'm glad you do it, not us.
Sure.
Sure. There's plenty of problems that go with that job.
Yeah, it's nice. I'm
you
sure it's
see a
nice
long
not to have
list.
to deal with the complaints and medical legal aspects and stuff.
Yeah. Is that something, David, your office can put together, or is it something Gary's can put together?
However you
We can
want
sign.
to do it, any of those.
Who wants to fight over it?
Who wants it? Who wants it?
I don't know if I've got anything like that from before that we've done or not.
It wouldn't hurt my feelings if you wanted to kind of draft something
Sure.
like you'd like to have, send it to me, let me
If you agree with it.
then kind of tweak it a little bit and send it on to them. How about
Sure.
that?
Sounds good.
What, do they have their own private one now, and they're,
Yeah, they have, I think it's based out of the city of Iola. They have an agreement with the county, and they're just wanting to move away from that and have a third party provider.
How many ambulances will they provide? You provide if you get
3.
3.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Good.
I believe that's what they have now. Pretty similar to just 0.5 more than Linn County has.
There you go.
So, but pretty similar.
will Iowa keep their own for their city?
What's that?
Iowa keeping their own for their city, or are you guys taking?
At this point, I think that's still up for discussion, whether it will just be the county outside of Iola, or if the agreement between the county and the city of Iola is going to be ended with the RFP.
Is that kind of how it was? I remember growing up, the town had their own ambulance for years.
This town?
No, up in Lacine.
Oh. Yeah.
How did that all work out? I mean, do you even remember?
There was a township, I think. One
Okay. Yeah.
Based in Lacine, but
Yeah.
the township ambulance.
Okay.
One time Blue Mountain had one too, right?
Yeah, I think Blue Mountain
had their
one time
ambulance too.
did too.
And they all ended up.
But before that, the funeral homes did.
That's not very good.
I don't know if you remember those days, but
I just throw them in the car and take them myself.
Wasn't ideal.
Yeah.
We can just skip.
You
that
might be
off.
out of business now and call Snyder's.
Right.
The two things I had for you was to talk. We'll get you the letter
Thanks.
and the modular home. I've checked 3 companies. I've gotten back with one. I actually talked to one, and this is the replacement of the township ambulance barn that we rent up there, right up in Lacine. It's pretty deplorable condition,
Right.
and anybody's welcome to go see it. To move it, possibly out to by Stainbrooks out there by the old state building out there. You know where that's at, right? Stick a modular home there or something there. That would be an ideal location between Linn Valley and Lacine.
Yeah.
And then, but the cost on that one that they gave me was $130. So the costs went up on those as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, but we do need, and we haven't really talked about it because it costs money.
Right.
We're avoiding anything that costs money right now,
Right.
money like that. I know it's a concern. I know your people, how they're living and the conditions are. So we're working on it, but we're very
Sure.
slow about it. I know,
Sure.
but we are working on it.
Well, I appreciate that it's still something that's being thought about and looked at and considered.
And then with the floods and stuff, how's the ambulance services coordinating with that?
We haven't had, as far as I know, we haven't had any delays or anything that's impacted service. So
What type of radios, brands of radios do you have?
Motorola.
You have Motorola?
Yep.
Okay.
For the 800 radio system. I'm not on the county radio system. I'm not sure what brand those are.
They have both. You have Motorola. I guess the sheriff's department is going to go to Kenwood.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yep. Well, thank you.
Any questions for anybody?
I don't know.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good week.
Did the sheriff leave anything?
I haven't got anything from you.
Okay. Doug, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Thank you, sir.
That is a copy of a resolution that would declare a disaster for our flooding. I contacted Chairman James on Tuesday of last week and asked him to declare a disaster because of all the flooding issues in and around the county. And he did so. We just need to ratify it this morning. And then I would recommend that you extend it for one additional week, which would take it from this Tuesday into next Tuesday because the flooding is still ongoing at this point in time. And we're projected to get another inch to 2 inches of rain through Friday of this week.
Yeah, and the reason we do this, and we've done it on other occasions, is in the event that there's some grant money that comes out or whatever money comes out to pay for the cost of our losses on gravel and such as whatever.
Which we won't know until the water goes down, but that's one benefit of doing it. Obviously, it helps our response capabilities, should we need equipment or something to be able to respond to anything that occurs. And then later down the road, should the state request a presidential declaration and receive that declaration, it would also make us eligible to potentially get 75 to 85% of the money we spend to abate any issues that occur down the road. If we have not declared a disaster, then we would not be eligible for that as well.
Yeah. Okay. What questions?
Gary, can that just be a motion to adopt this and to extend it for another week?
Yep.
Should we extend it more than a week?
We can only do 7 days at a time.
That's right.
The only disaster the state has allowed us to go open-ended is COVID, because they didn't want us having to do it every week. So they made an exception to that by regulation of the legislature, but all disaster declarations are good for 7 days.
Okay. Anybody have any issues with it?
I don't know. I'll make the motion. We accept it.
Yeah, you just, approve it as disaster resolution 2021-18 and extending it for another 7 days.
Well, that's my motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. How many
And
you
then-
need signed?
I just need one signed. I just made copies so you'd have them for your records.
You want to make a copy?
Yes, I'll make a copy for me so that I can get it to the state. They called over the weekend wanting to know if we were going to declare, and I told them we had. I just hadn't, until today, I couldn't get them the paperwork, so they're aware of our declaration. Then the other thing, last week, River City got a hold of me in reference to a Knox box that's supposed to be on the new judicial building.
What is it?
It's called a Knox, K-N-O-X.
Okay.
It's a little metal box with a unique key. We
Okay.
had never registered with the Knox company. So last week, after talking to them, I went ahead and did that, just so you're kind of aware of it, and then the
Why
public.
do we need it?
It would provide a key for the fire service to get into the building with, that's on the building, so it's secure.
And who will have the key?
The
Access?
fire department,
The whole fire department?
No,
well, we'd have to
the
to make it work, we're gonna have to put one in at least Mound City and one in Lacine on a fire truck.
All right.
so they'll have a key to the box, and then the box will have a key.
Key to the building.
Right.
So the only,
My concern is how many people is going to have access to the building? Because we
It-
change out personnel all the time. Is it just going to be you? And,
well,
and
there'll be a key on a fire truck, probably the engine, in at least Mound City and Pleasanton, because they will be the people responding to a fire call.
But it would be the only person under your policies, probably, if you don't have it, probably should be, that the only person who makes the decision to open that box and use that key would be the on-site commander.
The incident commander.
Yeah.
We can create a policy of that regard.
That way there's some chain of responsibility.
Why do we need that if we have somebody in the facility at all times? Anyway.
Well, I asked the sheriff that question before I registered with the company, and he believes that we should have that box on the wall because they may not have anybody available to come up and let the fire department in if there is a situation.
Or they may have succumbed to smoke inhalation, or, I mean, you don't know. I mean, it could be any number of things.
During the daytime, it wouldn't be an issue, but nights, weekends, they can't let their dispatcher come all the way through the building and disrupt that system to let us in.
How much is it?
For us, it is no cost. Now, obviously, you're paying for it in your construction project. It'll be a metal box. It's got a unique key. That key will be assigned to Linn County. That's why we had to register. It's assigned to the fire department. And only, at this point, only D. Horder, Deputy Chief Horder, and myself can order a key. We have to order it through the company, and we're the only authorized persons that can ask or order a key.
Was it budgeted into the building expense? I mean, it's already been budgeted.
River City told me it's probably between $500 and $1,000 to put the box on.
okay.
It was in the plans. They just had neglected to talk to Doug about it.
They went to order it and couldn't because we didn't have an account with the company, because nobody has ever done that. Now, apart from us putting it on our building, what it does allow is a citizen to put it on their residence, a business in Linn County to put it on their business. So if there's somebody out there that wants to provide us a key to get into their house or business in case of a disaster or emergency, they can go to the Knox Box Company and purchase a box.
Gotcha.
All they get's the box. Then once they get their box installed, they would have to call the fire department. We would go over, we would use our unique key to open that box. They put their key in it and then we lock it up. So we're the only ones that can get into it. They're giving us a key to get into their building. I'll just use the courthouse over here. If you put one over there, it would give us the ability to get in. If there's nobody there with a key to let us in, we don't have to tear the door down trying to get in. So any citizen could do that. Any business in the county could do that once we get set up and get the keys.
It's just one of these little boxes like that?
I've not directly seen it, but it's just a small metal box as I understand it, and it's got a unique key. You cannot copy the key, and the key will be registered to the Linn County Rural Fire District.
But you can.
Well, that's what they're
Yeah.
telling us, so. But that is the system. I just wanted to make you aware of it. Obviously, the benefit to the community would be now that we're going to have this system, if somebody wanted to set it up to where we would have access. The only place that's done it so far, and we've had it for years, is the egg farm out on Snow Hill Road, 1100 Road. They set up a box. We put a padlock on it, and we have the key, which we gave them a key, but we bought the padlock. We put it on there. We can open it up, flip the lid down, and that opens up their gate so that we can go in and out if they had a fire on their property.
Are you coming to tonight's meeting? I can't remember. Or tomorrow's meeting, I mean, with the mayors?
Was not aware of it, but if you want me here, I can be here.
No, you don't need to be here, but it's something we need to bring up, just to let the public, or let them know. Some of the cities, they may already have it, their own system, but 2/3 of everybody that works in Lacine, it's on the Lacine Fire Boards on the county, or not on the board, but on the county fire department. Okay. Any questions for anybody? Thanks, Doug.
But
Thank
Doug's
you.
still here. I've got a check here for $5,694.83 that is largely reimbursement to the fire department and the sheriff's department for that Montgomery fire.
Yeah.
There's small fines in there too, but we did get reimbursed, so I want you to be aware of that.
And it was, what about?
5694.83. So will this all go to the fire fund, or is there?
Well-
Split, or how are we?
I assumed, maybe I'm wrong, I just assumed it would go back into the general fund, but the part of it is a fine, part of it is reimbursement for the sheriff's department, and then the bulk of it is reimbursement for the fire department.
Do we have anything that shows that split?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, because fire fund's separate.
Okay.
So we need to split it out.
Yeah, I've got an agreement here, a plea
Yeah,
agreement.
if you can get me a copy of that,
I'll do it.
take care of it.
I'll do it.
Doug, are you hanging around for the handbook discussion at 10:30?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay. Good. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
Jessica, while you're walking up there, I'm going to tell you the numbers. Tricia's off today. Her numbers are 838 total COVID cases, 4 active. The death toll remains at 12 and 1 hospitalized. That's what she sent me today. Okay.
Good morning, Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. I've got a few things for you this morning. First of all, we had an economic development meeting last Wednesday. We last month set a deadline for new CDBG applications. That was pretty successful. We ended up, all of the applications that had been trying to get completed, got completed, and then I got, I think, 4 new ones as well.
Was you able to help the process?
Yes. So I've got 7 grant applications this morning that Economic Development Committee has approved for a total of, I think it's $45,000, yes. So One Stop LLC and Mound City Butcher Block, both are going to receive $10,000. And Maudie's Liquor A Plus Storage, Big Ideas Gun and Pawn, Willard Automotive, and McElreath Excavating are all going to receive $5,000. And then we also have an invoice from Regional Planning Commission for administrative costs for $1,650. So our total draw on this time is going to be $46,650.
Does that leave us any money?
That leaves us $18,744.50.
Does you and your panel or board think this was a good, the way you did it, do you think it helped a lot of people out?
Yes, we doing this, we've injected over $100,000 into our local economy. So yes, it was, as far as I'm concerned, it was worth it, even though
And other than
it took a while. Yeah,
nobody wanting to do the tons of government
Right.
paperwork, you think was successful? Do you think businesses
I think
knew
so.
about it? And
yeah.
that's the whole thing to me, is making sure everybody's
So
aware of it.
we gave 19 different businesses grant money.
Good.
I think that's worth it. I really do. So with that being said, we've got almost 19,000 left over. What we discussed to do with the rest of those funds is to offer everyone the chance to turn in receipts for another $1,000. 19 businesses. If everyone turns in funds, turns in paperwork to get $1,000, that would be a little bit over what we have left. It would be $255.50. I'd like to take that amount out of my budget, but that would only be if all 19 businesses turn in the whole $1,000.
Okay.
Everybody okay with that? Okay.
What was that total number? 46 what? 46,000 what?
650 this time.
So you need a motion to approve all those applications?
Yes, we can do them separately or we can do them all together, whatever you all
I do
prefer.
it all together, and when you approve those applications, also authorize Rick to sign the separate contract that we have to do with them, that they won't duplicate.
Yes,
I don't have it
So-
ready yet, but
6 of the 7 they'll have to sign. They also got other SBA funds, either EIDL loan or PPP loan. Those agreements aren't ready yet, but hopefully we'll have them for next week for you to
Are
sign.
the PPP loans, do they have to pay them back? Are they loans or grants?
They're loans, but they're forgivable. The business has to go through certain steps with the SBA, but they are
And
forgivable.
what's some of the, we don't have the numbers on how many got loans, do we?
No, those were not done through my office. Those were done through either directly through SBA or through their banker.
And okay, I just wondered how many.
So no, I don't. I can try to find that out. I don't know that I'll be able to, but I don't have those numbers. No.
Okay.
Copies of all this for me so I can get the names.
Yes, I'll give you
Can you put
copies.
that together for us in a motion?
so your motion will be to approve the how many grants was it?
7.
7 grants that she indicated, and to authorize the chairman to sign the anti-duplication agreement.
So it's 7 grants plus the SCK-RPC invoice. That's also included. It's included in this.
I'll make the motion. By the way they said it.
That's what I would have done too. Hey, can you read those 7 that were, or 6 or whatever it was?
So you want the businesses again?
Yeah.
So One Stop LLC in Parker, Mountain City Butcher Block here in town, Maudie's Liquor in Mound City, A Plus Storage Mound City, Big Ideas Gun and Pawn Mound City, Willard Automotive Mound City, and McElreath Excavating at Lacine.
Okay. Yeah, I do. Where? Come here. I said yes.
Yeah.
Help me. On each one?
Just that,
Just that one.
but then you'll have to sign each one.
Okay.
The ones are a little different.
Okay, did you get a second and?
We need to get a second.
Can you do that?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. We pass that motion on this, All in favor? Aye. You want me to sign these?
Those need sign and date.
What else you got?
Have you guys talked about Project 17?
No, we've.
I know, Rick, you've mentioned it a couple of times. So they basically just need to know if we want to stay involved or not. I would like to. They've got an economic development component to their program, and there's no cost to the county to be involved. I think it's got some good contacts in the group.
Have they done anything? I remember being involved with Project 17, went to the leadership course and everything.
So
And I think only Parsons came out with.
right, they've kind of shifted their focus a little bit. I think they're trying to focus more now on manufacturing. They started out pretty broad, but
The governor had given them $1 million to do this project.
Yeah.
Initially.
But I would like to stay involved just to kind of, if nothing else, to keep an eye on what's going on in our region and hear what everybody else is doing.
I don't think anybody's going to fight you over that if it's free,
It's free. Okay.
right? Good.
What, could you explain it a little bit?
Yeah, Project 17 involved the southeast Kansas, 17 counties that were involved in this project. The governor gave them $1 million. I don't know, did you go to the leadership course, David? They sent you to Topeka for 2 days, and they put, throughout Kansas, throughout those 17 counties, they put groups of people through this leadership course of ideas of what to do in your city and your counties to make it better. And of course, it was was from IT to police, it was to everything. And so everybody went back to their counties, and I represented our county, and then Bourbon County had somebody, and then Parsons, down in Parsons. So we all got together, but they started dying out because they just couldn't hold themselves together. I think it was organized wrong, different.
They've done some reorganization. They're trying to focus on something instead of just trying to do everything.
Yeah, everybody had their own ideas and their
Right.
own agendas. They put you in a room for 2 days up there. They want you to touchy-feely leadership, you know, be nice to everyone. Don't spray the fly, catch the fly and release it.
We have, tomorrow is our meeting with city officials.
Yes.
6:00 at Bunker Hill.
Have we got a way to get in there?
Yeah, I'm gonna come and get the key from Joyce before they leave, and yeah. I'll be there early to help set up if anybody wants to come help set up.
Okay.
I've got people from someone from each city has said that they will be there. I think AMR is going to be there. They've stepped out.
Yep, Jackie will be there.
Jackie will be there. Maybe Kevin or someone from sheriff's office. But basically, did you want me to create some kind of agenda? Do you
Yeah,
want
can
it
I
to
get
just
with
kind of
you?
be like a town
How
hall?
long are you staying today?
Yeah.
Are you
as
leaving
long as
right
you
now?
need to, as long as I need to.
Okay. Yeah, I would like agenda. I'd like them to give like a 5-minute brief on the projects they're doing.
The cities?
Each
Okay.
city, yeah.
Okay.
And then what their concerns of we would have together.
Uh-huh.
So they'll have a little topic to talk about.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I said, if you've got the ability, if you got the time to come down for that, be helpful. And what it'll be is, Mound City's gotten rid of their fire department, and I'd like to know from you, Doug, how smooth that's running. And I think Lacy's talking about building a new firehouse or something. Are they talking about that? I got some word they were. So each of our people can touch on
Sure.
links, road links throughout the city, and we can talk about fire, we can talk about ambulance, we can talk about whatever their concerns are for the topics they want to talk about. But yeah, just have a little brief.
Is Lacey as a city and the rural in the same building? The
Parts
fire-
of it, yeah. Yep,
Okay. I'll put something together for that.
in the same fireman. Majority, right? Majority of the same firemen? Yeah.
The whole city, right?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know either. Yeah.
I met last week with Andy Pam and the people that are doing the comprehensive plan. We met on Zoom. We're doing, we're working on setting up places to do public meetings in July. We're working with the schools to set up in their gyms.
Okay.
And we've got the survey questions pretty much narrowed down and ready to send out. Those will go to the steering committee this week, I think, and then next week we're going to make those public, was, I believe, what we were discussing.
Is this a new person?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow. 18 months old and she does it in a week.
She was pretty good. She's pretty good. What was her name? Claire? Claire.
Okay, good.
She's pretty good. And then I'm working on contacting people to see if they're interested in an airport committee.
I think it would be beneficial.
If you have any guidance as to what you want us to accomplish on the committee, that I don't really know much about airports. I'm more than happy to learn. But if you have some guidance to kind of steer me in one direction.
Jackie has some basic knowledge and some good ideas.
Yeah.
In the past, has gotten us helped get us some money and
Right.
grants and.
Yeah. And I'm in contact with the KDOT department that does that, the aviation. So, that's something that we can keep in mind as well. But
Okay.
Have you already reached out to those individuals that he talked about a few weeks ago?
yes, a few of them I've had, I think you suggested one, he was not interested. I've got a couple that are interested. I've got a couple that I've left messages with waiting to call me back. So yes.
Is this the airport committee you're talking about?
Yep.
And that was a list of people that Jackie had to get.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you have some on that list?
Just.
I didn't have anybody on that list either, so I
Okay.
don't.
Well, if you think of anyone who would be interested, let me know.
How many you got now?
For sure that said, yes, we'll do it. I think 3.
They all from
there's-
the area?
Well, one of them's Ted Van Meter, who's working as a mechanic out there. One of them is Randy Shannon, who bought lots out there. He built the hangar that's out there. And then I can't remember the other guy's name.
Okay.
No, I haven't actually talked to him yet. He's on my list. But yeah, I'm working on it.
Talked to Dave Fisher and he should have said he'd sure be interested.
I think he's on the list. Yeah.
Yeah, he was on the list.
Okay.
That's good. We need somebody from the areas if we can spread them out a little bit. So
Oh, yeah.
I don't think we should put a quote on it right now because we're just trying to put it together. But I don't want everybody that's got a lot to be involved in it and be on a committee because that's not going to be good for the county
Right.
necessarily, and especially if they all live in one area.
Jim, do you have his contact information that you could send me?
Yeah,
Okay.
everybody's got it. You'll
That would be
text
great.
me in a minute.
Just to be clear, this committee is just an advisory committee.
Right.
The governing board that governs that subdivision is you guys.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Southwest here shortly. Figure
Okay.
that out.
Okay. That's what I've got today. I will work on putting an agenda together for tomorrow night.
Okay.
You guys have anything else for me?
You got anything you want to talk about tomorrow at the meeting with your mayors?
I don't think so. If I do, I'll get a hold of you.
And then if you have some topics you want to go over too.
Let me know. I can.
I think it's best if they have something in advance of morning, like, hey, we want you to talk about this, or we.
Yeah, I'll put it together this morning and
I
make sure I
appreciate
get it sent out to everybody.
Maybe their infrastructure money that we give them, I'd like to know like kind of what their plan is with it.
does that.
Okay, we do that. They have to send us a letter. They send me a letter
So you can.
before we
you
even
can
send
just
that
brief
money
that
to
tomorrow.
them. But yes, we can. Yeah, we can talk
Yeah,
about that.
you can just go over. Well,
I can bring
I
those letters and-
did this with their money last
Yep.
year, this and this. That'd be perfect.
Yep. Okay.
Is this money that we actually give them or?
Yeah. So we give them what, is it 1 meal? Is that what we're doing, David? 1 meal came up about 5 years ago.
Based on the population of the city is how much they get.
And we put stipulations on it. It had to be for economic development.
No, for infrastructure.
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 Economic
So,
infrastructure.
yeah.
David, did we set up a special meeting for tomorrow night?
We sent a notice out, one of the girls did while I was gone.
Okay,
So,
because it'll be a special meeting.
yeah,
'Cause-
and I talked to Rick this morning. I will not be around, but he said there's not gonna be any action. So
Right.
I'm not gonna
Yep.
have anybody there for minutes.
So it's a special meeting, but there'll be no action taken. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Burton, you want to go? Heard we're calling you up from the minor leagues.
Well, I heard that might be happening.
That's what Gary said this morning.
Yeah, well, that's up to you guys, I guess.
He's in the major leagues, but no.
I'd say so. I'd say so.
I'm in the retirement.
Just
Well, I'm happy to serve how I can.
Senior league.
Not much to report. Things are going good. I'm pretty busy this week. Tomorrow I've got set several preliminary hearings, evidentiary hearings and stuff like that I'm getting ready for today.
Are you still zooming or are you guys in?
Tomorrow will be in person, calling witnesses up at the stand up there. So
All right.
we're moving more into that. Judge Johnson indicated to me that she is wanting to, she doesn't have a date in mind, but I think she said by mid-June-ish, she wants to try to be doing them all in person to the extent that she can. Criminal stuff. Civil stuff would be a different matter, but for criminal, she thinks we're getting back to the point where we can do that. I think that's a combination of just things getting better. And also, again, we've worked real hard to kind of pare out a lot of those old stuff that we didn't need hanging around anymore. We're kind of in a position now where we can start doing these without having 90 people in the courtroom at one time. So I think that's a good sign, and we're still moving in the right direction. And
Anybody got any questions?
all right.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Andy.
I've got a grant of easement like we did last. Only, it's a little confusion what we were doing last week. So I'd like to go through the general steps. I believe I have lot split 2103 all together, and you can see on the stuff I just gave you, the authority to approve them is the zoning administrator. However, given the fact that this lot split is on a 40-acre piece that me and my wife own, it would be inappropriate for me to sign it. So what I've done is amended the documents to where I don't sign it.
Has Gary seen it?
We talked about it.
Okay.
We can go through on the second page, approval guidelines. This is what I look at every time I receive one. No split shall be approved if one or the more of the following applies. A new street or alley is needed or proposed. It is not. It will result in a lot without direct access. Both proposed lots have direct access to Quail Road. There's less street right-of-way than required by these regulations, and less dedication of additional right-of-way can be made by a separate instrument. And that's what we did last week. And I just laid it up here, right? Any easement requirements haven't been satisfied. There are none. The split will result in a lot without direct access and or less than the required frontage on a road. The only really frontage requirement we have is in the subdivision regulations, and that cannot exceed 3 times the depth as the width of the lot along the right of way. And you can see those lots do not exceed that 3-to-1. And F, a substandard size lot would be created. The Linn County zoning regulations set a minimum lot size in the A zone as 10 acres. Both lots involved there exceed that, so it meets that requirement. I would then ask the the governing body to accept the grant of easement and authorize Chairman James to sign the lot split agreement.
Any discussion on it?
Explain that to me again. You said as far as the length, road access versus the depth, what is
You
that?
can't create a lot that is more than 3 times as long as it is wide.
See, this is 477.
Okay,
This is 1030.
so it can't be over 3 times wide, okay.
If it say it's 50 foot wide, it can't be more than 150 foot deep.
I see.
Hear anything wrong?
I don't know.
Any motion? Accept that.
I'll make a motion that we accept this lot split. And you said that you're not signing it?
He's not.
He's not gonna sign it because he's making the request.
Okay, all right.
And so you'd be approving the lot split and accepting the road right.
And accepting the road right away and then allow Rick to sign it?
Yep.
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded that we do the lot split agreement and the acknowledgement of, for grant of easement for this property. All in favor? Aye.
Just to reiterate one more time, normally you don't approve the lot splits, he does. But he brought this to you to approve since it's his
You're
request.
the owner of the lot.
It might be inappropriate for me to say that.
You need all three of us on that one.
Yeah, I agree on that one. Just
Want this back in there?
hang it.
Okay.
If you want to.
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
You sign it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So now I want to clear up some stuff. Refresh our memories, Andy, when you're done with that.
Refresh our memory.
I want you to talk about variance. I want you to talk about boundary adjustments. All right. And then splitting the lots on more than what's the minimum, not in town, but out of town, that we can split it without going through planning and zoning. All right.
The Linn County subdivision regulations exempt divisions of land 40 acres or larger that have direct access.
So can you split it once? So if you have 100 acres
Okay.
and somebody wants 40 acres out of it, we're good. No planning and zoning is involved. But if somebody buys that 40 acres and he wants to split it, can they split it
They go through the process I just give you.
through the process, your process?
You can do a lot.
Planning and zoning.
As long as it's over 10 acres and
Correct.
For the
Because
small-
10 acres is the minimum lot size. So
Now the,
assuming it's zoned agricultural.
sure.
Okay.
So the remaining 60 acres still belongs to Jim, for example.
Okay.
Can Jim take another 40 acres and sell it off?
Take a 40 and he's creating another 20.
Yeah.
It would be a different process. It's a minor subdivision plat.
Okay. So that can happen.
It could.
Talk about variances now. What's a variance?
A variance is a term used in the zoning regulation. A variance is, affects the bulk requirements of any district. It would be the height of a building, the setback on a lot.
If there's a requirement for the general district that would be impossible to meet for a particular piece of land for some reason, that's the distinction. If it's a thing that it would be an undue hardship to comply and there's no reason not to skip it.
So is it mainly used for buildings or houses or?
I haven't seen
What?
an application for a variance in a long time.
Okay. So what about boundary adjustments?
Boundary adjustments.
So that's when one landowner buys another landowner's part of his property and they just adjust the boundary that way, or is it different?
It could be, or it could be two separate properties and
Okay.
move the line.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any other categories for that? Some people have asked me over time, I was like, well, next time I have Andy up here, he can just explain it.
And I talk to people daily on
Yeah.
the phone, and anybody's welcome to come by, and we'll run through not only what the county regulation says, but the matching statutory requirements are.
Okay. Anybody got any questions on that? All right, thank you.
You don't sign and seal it.
Eat Jackie. You got something?
I got a little something here. This is I'll just hand you the whole thing. It's an application for reduced CD fees on a property. It's this former restaurant down there, next to or up from the library. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, masterpiece.
614 Main, I think is the address. They're doing a major cleanup on that. It's a blighted property, as you may notice when you drive by. They're not demoing it, but they're doing a major cleanup, and they wanted us to agree to reduce the CD fees. That fits our category. We have something from the city requesting it. We have Bobby's checked it out and signed off on everything. So if you're willing to, according to our policy, it would be an acceptable one to approve reduced CD.
It does meet our requirement. I mean, does somebody let their property go and clean it up? Or we give them,
A new buyer, there's a new buyer buying them, they're gonna clean it up.
okay.
Yeah, I didn't make that clear, I'm sorry. In fact, the sale contract is in there too, to demonstrate that.
We have a property location on that,
614 Main,
and I didn't catch which town you were talking about.
Bound City.
Down City.
I'm gonna use a restroom. I guess. Look at that.
That just waives the fees.
It does, yeah, you could reduce or waive the CD fees. We're not doing any hauling, we're not providing a container, nothing like that. We're
Okay.
just,
I
helping,
know him. He does a good job looking at stuff.
we're helping the city by allowing the fees to be reduced.
You have any problems with it?
Yeah, I don't know.
So we have an extensive written policy on this, and it's compliant with all.
While you're up, could you ask Jackie to come on?
I will.
So I'll make a motion that we accept the application for construction and debris cleanup for 614 Main Street.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Been moved and second, all in favor? Aye.
Gary,
Yes.
are we gonna get into that employment agreement and resolution today also?
We do have a contract on your new employee that you interviewed. Did you want to deal with that? Do you want to look at it in executive session first?
Yeah, let's do that.
They approved this,
Okay, thank you.
right.
Okay. Good morning, Jackie Messer, Public Works Administrator. Dust control is supposed to be the first week in June, but I can give you a lot of confidence that's going to be pushed back. With the weather, we can't get the roads and they can't put it on, so we're waiting for an update from them. Been working on the work, the permit for the landfill renewal. Evidently we have to put certain money into a pot for when we close it. We have to keep putting that money in there. So, and there's a permit for that. I think,
How much and when?
don't know.
How much notice?
no, it's just normal budget. they pull it out of the budget, put it in there. So they just wanted to
That's
renew
the
the,
mine land reclamation,
yes.
basically. It's,
And it's just something we budget for every year, but a permit goes with it. And I don't have the details. I just found out Friday afternoon. So
Okay.
Al said he hasn't handled
Well, we're
soil.
talking about the landfill. Have they already started on the digging?
I don't know because it started raining right when they wanted to start digging. They've got equipment mobilized. They've got they're putting a gate in on that one side. We gave them a culvert so they could create a second entrance, temporary second entrance, so the trucks aren't in competition going around.
Do we have to have that dug by a certain date or anything like that?
August
August?
or September, somewhere in there. That's when the other one will be full. So we gave it 60 days, but we knew the rain was going to impact it. So they're ready to go. Everything, all the paperwork is finally done. All the permits, everything's ready. It's just waiting on the weather now. Okay. I talked to David. I wanted to get Joyce a credit card.
Because you're leaving.
Yes. And he suggested a 5,000 limit. So,
That's what you got, right?
Yep.
That's what Doug's got.
yeah, and it still will require approval, but where she's just going to be able to make payments and
Yes, you
such.
don't have to call. Yeah.
Yes.
Or do it.
Probably even better than,
Dokey stuff.
because there was more than once I had to say, here's my credit card, pay it. And mine got compromised twice by doing that. So if it's with her, it'll help us not have that issue.
I could do the application online with the company we've got our cards through. We just need approval with you guys before we do it.
Yeah, I think it's important because a lot of times they'll have something that they need and it's $3,000 or $1,200 and then you got to get a commissioner to authorize it and then when we get back in here, approve it from the last week. So
I think what I wanted to do on that was keep the limits on the, say Harry needs to buy $3,000 worth of grader tires. She can approve it with, and pay for it if we had to with a card or something, but she will call and say, one of you guys and say, can we tentatively, like they used to do it, tentatively approve this because it's over their limit? We're not giving them a $5,000 limit unless you want to.
No, I don't.
It's just, the approval will go back to the way it was.
Until we get somebody in to fill
Yes.
that position. Does anybody got any problems with that?
I don't know.
Okay. Make a motion that we allow Joyce to use our credit card with the amount of $5,000. And then she'll report back on Mondays if they had to spend more than
Yes.
$1,000. That's
Yes.
what she did.
I'll second that.
Been moved and second, all in favor? Aye.
Another thing that when I started way back when, we set a limit for peppercorn for a monthly charge at
Right.
3,000. I'd like to move that to 5. With the volume of work we're giving him now, I think we need to raise that up to a higher limit. It's coming out of the bridge money and there's a lot of design work and a lot of grants and such we're throwing at them right now. So
So let me ask you this too, Jackie. They do that design stuff. Do we, on most of those projects, do we actually go out?
they're going to come back to you with it. We've, for example, the modification of the floor down there at the landfill, they'll draw up the plans and then present them to you before they go out and get approval for the project first. Say the,
And they don't do any work on any design without your approving.
Yes.
That they do that work.
Yeah, and well, I guess what I'm getting at is they don't just go out and just a bunch of designs to pay for.
no, we give it. I tell
Been
them,
giving it to them.
yeah, I've been
Who's
giving
gonna be
it to them.
giving it to them until we get it?
They've got enough work to last them a long time.
Okay. Okay.
Because I went ahead and in fact, I'm meeting with them this week on some more. The guardrail on, is it 24? or 1950, the guardrail up there. The guardrail on Zachary, I'm waiting for an estimate because I got the
You're talking
insurance
about
company.
leveling the concrete off the two big barriers on, there's a couple bridges with the, one lane bridges with the concretes up to,
Yeah, that's the one with, on 700 and Zachary, the damaged, and they're, right now, they're working up a cost estimate for me to give to the insurance company to pay for the damage. So they're gonna come out this week. I also gave them,
But
the
there's
head.
one over in Lacey too.
Yeah, that's 1950.
Okay.
Where they hit the bridge and the guardrail, they're gonna do an assessment of the bridge damage and recommend guardrails, to replace it. We can't do the insurance on that one because it was an unreported accident. We're looking at Waddles and 1,000. There's 4 grants that I asked them to draw up all the preliminary work and put in. That's Waddles, which is a 90% grant if we get it. Drawing a blank on the other 3 right now, but it's Randall. There's a huge erosion working toward the bank. We're going to have to extend the bridge out if we can't stop the erosion somehow. I have not gotten any luck with the feds on Zener and 1175, so I asked them to look at that and put it in on a federal grant. And there's one more that's a real erosion problem that we're looking at. So,
And once this water goes down, we'll be looking at the same thing we look at about every 2 or 3 years. Those bridges get jammed up with logs and stuff.
yes.
And I see up at Ottawa, 2 of the 3 channels, that river that goes through there. Yeah, our Merdazine.
Well, we're kind of waiting. I thought I heard that there was maybe an emergency declaration coming out or something. I haven't been told anything about it, but we'll create a work order. And then every time we clean one, every time we do damage, we'll put it against that work order special project.
It was approved today.
Oh, I hadn't heard it. Okay.
But I think Jim had a question too.
I was wondering when Pepper comes and does work for us, what, do they actually bid what they're doing? I mean, each individual.
No.
No.
They're what we call they're on retainer. They're our go-to engineers, and so they have a rate schedule that lays out the prices for the things they're going to do. And then we ask them specifically or something, and we typically ask them at the time what it's going to cost.
Yes. And then they'll give us, according to the rate schedule that was approved, we have to have an on-call engineer.
Right.
Because of state regulations. So there's a set rate and they competed for that. The other part of that is they have a construction company and they're not allowed to bid. That was
That's what we decided.
yes, that's what I brought up, that I had
We didn't think
concerns.
it'd be good.
So I'm gonna meet with them this week and go over a couple more projects. I've got one down on Thomas. I worked with them on the other day. There's a head wall that's fallen off and it's beginning to impact the road. And like I said, there was a 4th one, but I gave them a list of stuff and of stuff they've been looking at and working on. I gave the same list to BG and they never moved forward on it.
As soon as the water goes down, the flooded areas that we always go through where tons of gravel will be out in their guys' field, getting that road
Yes.
passable again. Boycourt Road, we get beat up all the time on that road.
Yep. So they'll be out there as soon as we get a chance. I think I don't even know if 52 or 152 has opened up yet or not. It was closed for a while.
And I suppose down there by Brad Os's house, it's
Yeah.
probably flooded and the railroad crossing.
Yep. We make a priority to get back out there and open it back up. The other one, that reminds me, the other one is past their Queens Road.
Yeah.
We have an issue up there on Queens and that's one of the ones I might have them look at. It's beginning to impact the road with the erosion. So that would be the 4th one. We're going to try to get federal funds to replace that. If we do, they pay 90% of the reconstruction costs.
Yeah.
Those are the 4 I'm looking at.
And what's going on out on State Line Road out there by,
Bureau of Mines is doing reclamation work. There's
was
some
that
in
part of the White Road deal? Is that the same deal?
It's the same people, they're out of Pittsburgh. They're the Bureau of Mines, but they're building some head walls and such.
Nothing to do with us though.
Nothing to, other than courtesy calls when we go out and look at it and talk to them. But it's a federal contract out of the mine reclamation money that's been put aside.
So I remember when that White Road came up and it was closed, wasn't there another section on down north? Is that what that was?
We never addressed that. There's another section north of that we have no right of way on, but it's a sleeping dog laying there. That it never did kick. Of course, when I went down to Pittsburgh and started reviewing all that stuff, I kept seeing one name on all the paperwork. He used to work for him down there, so he's probably an expert on what I'm talking about. We did have a transmission go out on our newest Freightliner, and we had to haul it to Wichita for warranty repairs. I want to bring up, I wanted to replace one of the blades. And I don't see my paperwork. It's the one out of the Mound City shop. It has nearly almost 15,000 hours on it. Here it is. I found one through Foley. It's 5 years old, but it's only got $1,500.
This is the one you want to get?
Yes, I want to replace that one down there with nearly 15,000 hours with one that's got $1,500 for 130,000.
Well,
We have it.
Remind us again what the new ones cost us.
230, 250 for the same one.
Yeah.
So for 5 years, we're saving about 100, and it hadn't been heard. I asked Mike Nation what he thought about it. He recommended it. And he said that one that we're talking about replacing's out of the South shop. It was one that came from Pleasanton, and it's had extensive work on it over the time we've had it. Nothing good.
Is there any warranty at all that comes?
And we have money for it. We have capital outlay money.
Jim was asking warranty
Is
on
there
this.
any warranty at all?
Yeah, we'll negotiate, how many, not a lot though at 5 years, but we'll get a service warranty with it. I didn't look at that, see if it was included on that.
And the new ones are 240,
Yeah,
220,
or more.
250.
Okay, what I think we ought to do is,
Can you buy a warranty?
yes, you can get a warranty onto
That's
it.
what I thought.
Yeah.
So it might,
In 2016, before I was hired, purchased 3 John Deeres.
right,
And with those John Deeres was a 7-year buyback.
right.
So I'd like to see this one purchased to get the last real high mileage one out, skip buying one next year. And then in 2023, at the 7-year mark, buy 3 of them. Because we're getting 150,000 buyback on them, and the mileage keeps, you're replacing them. So we've been buying one a year to keep them current. So if you skip 1 year and you buy 3 and then skip the following, you're still on your 3, but to utilize that 7-year buyback, which is a pretty darn good deal. But that's just in the future. That's what I was thinking. This is one that's got high hours on it, and it's down out of the South shop.
What's your thoughts on?
What are we trading the old one in? Or?
Yes. That's the only piece of the puzzle that's not exact. He's going to come give me an exact trading cost.
Are we doing a trading cost? We put it in on Purple Wave. You're gonna find
Trading
out?
cost. I think we'll get a decent, Purple Wave's a gamble.
Yeah, I know.
I think we're going to get about 45,000 trade-ins, what I'll expect.
45, and this is how much?
130?
130, and you get 45 off of it.
I don't know. I haven't looked at it. I just came when I was gone Friday, and I hadn't looked at it that close.
So you're getting it for like 100,000 maybe.
I'll check and
I
verify
think it's
that.
important that you probably look into what a warranty would cost.
Yeah. And then if we can approve 130, and then if it's not high enough, Trade in, put it on Purple Way.
Okay.
Where's it going? North Shop?
South Shopping. I keep saying north, pointing to the south, saying north. Maybe that's what I've been doing. It's the one Donald Fish runs.
Could we look and see what the old one is worth now, get more information, or?
We can, but like I said, I don't think the trade-ins we've been getting, I think, is way more than what we can get on Purple Wave. I watch Purple Wave and I watch some of those others. He did put trade in, so it's 132. He's estimating at 42. I was estimating 45. So
So that's
that's
with the
included with trade in, 130 with trade in.
Oh.
Is that one giving us a lot of trouble down there? I know it's got tons and tons of hours.
Yeah, and we put a lot of repairs. I talked to Mike Nation on it, and he said it's pretty well done.
Harry's got the same feeling.
Yes.
I know when I first came on, it was bad as far
Yeah.
as the hours on those.
Well, we've
The
been.
estimated hours before they start getting big problems.
I think the next one down is probably 12,000 hours.
Okay.
What's really going to throw a little bit of a twist in it is if we replace 316s on that 7-year buyback, but because that'll leave the older machines get more hours and some of the lower hours.
Has this got 6-wheel drive?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have a all-wheel drive. We've only got one of those. And again, some people like it, some don't. Some think it's Harry doesn't like them at all. He'd rather have just a standard one.
How much more are they?
I think 45, 50,000 more.
Wow. Okay. So you know how much the new ones cost? You know how much this one costs? What are we doing? Replacing it or not replacing it?
So it's 130 trade-in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be 172,000 what they would be asking for without the trade. With the trade-in, it's 130. And it's just shy of 15,000 hours.
If we need it, we need it.
We do.
Anything you want him to look up or do?
No,
You can bite your tongue?
yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah. I know we have to replace equipment sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Because otherwise, then all you're doing is wasting your time going to the shop and hauling at places and getting parts and.
They poured a lot of money in it about 5 years ago.
And I like the idea when we remember that John Deere Cat thing was they were both sitting there that day. Cat thought they had it, and then John Deere, when they offered the buyback at 7 years, kind of sealed it up. Are they the ones with the steering wheel or not?
I think they've all gone back to it because,
No, but I mean the ones we got, the John Deere.
yes, they have the little wheel.
Okay, everybody was some
Some
were
of the
excited about it, some hated it.
Some of the older operators didn't want to switch to joysticks.
Right.
And it hurt Cat's business when they eliminated it.
Right.
So they brought it back as an option.
And that's not an issue with this.
No, I would just say learn to use the joysticks. That's the future.
That's what this has, is the
Yeah.
joysticks.
Yeah. And I talked to Andy about it one day. Andy's run these things forever. He said, once you do joysticks, you won't go back. Once you learn it, he said, they're so much better. And it's easier on the people. The hands are here instead of up here. It's easier on the operator. We had some of the old stuff that they were doing, running the blades with the doors open with electronics. You don't do that. So the old habits had to go away. And that's one of the old habits.
How many hours a year roughly do we put on them? I mean, on
It
an,
depends on which route, but I'll have to look at that and get an average. I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, easily 1,000. Because we're running about 1,500 hours a month. So multiply that times 10 blades, that's 15,000 hours. Yeah, a little bit more than 1,000. So
And once we get up around 12,000, we start looking at something.
10,000, the value drops. You hit 10,000 hours, the value, the resale and trade-in starts dropping dramatically. That's why they have the 7-year buyback at $150,000, so people don't let them get that high. They've had it for years, but nobody exercised it. The cats had the buybacks, but people forgot it was there.
You want to wait or you want to go?
We need it, we get it.
All right, go ahead.
Make a motion.
I let him faster for a while. He was waiting for Danny.
I'll make a motion, we buy it.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. I like to see him squirm a little
We're
bit.
talking about equipment. What about the tractors and the 963?
I'll see how you square them on the next one.
963.
That's a squirm.
I get to see you next time.
I don't know how that'll work.
We have the 2 track loaders.
Hours for 2020, so you were right, between 1,200 and 9.
Okay, here they are. All a piece of wood.
That was 2020 utilization hours for each grader.
Okay. What are we using?
Some of them were as high as 12 and some of them were down around 9,000.
10 units was 9,391 hours for 10 units.
That's about 1,000 a year. You ask about the equipment. We have the 953 and the 963. The 963 we just got back. We've been waiting forever for a little switch or a sprocket, something. It finally got back. We're still trying to get the 953 running. It has not run in months because they keep trying different things to solve the overheat problem. So I need to get a report on that, try to get back to you next week. But it's had an overheating problem since the day they got it. They should never have accepted it, but that was way before our time. So they're taking the 963, they're using the dozer, but the 953 that belongs to the landfill is still being repaired.
But back to this real quick. Which one are we getting rid of, the 07?
217, whatever that is. Equipment number 217.
Okay, 06.
Okay.
So
What else you got before we? I know you need a long executive session for personnel today. So
bug contract. I did look at the 2. We had Busy Bugs and we had Puritan. And I think Busy Bugs was $3 building. So I want to award it to them. I looked at their numbers and they put it in 2 different ways. When you divide it out, one was saying $20 every other month. The other was saying $17 every other month. So it was $3 per building.
Didn't we get rid of him though? I mean, he is the last one that had the contract.
we asked that we didn't think we got as.
We did not award it because we were going to switch over and do it ourselves. And we still are going to do that after the first year, but I got to get them. And both these guys have had the contract in the past.
Over the years, yeah.
Yes.
I know there's a few department heads that won't use him.
Well, I have,
That's who we hired, so, or it's who we hired last,
I have some telling me they won't use the other one.
so.
I've got it both. I'm trying to figure out a way to say that.
Is this
but
the
I've
best
got-
value for the
It's
county?
the best value and I
That's
got
what we should-
complaints on both.
Do we give them a description on, I mean, I've watched them, they literally just go around with a pump sprayer and around the building and they're gone. I mean,
Yeah.
I watched them at the marina. She just washed the windows and went by and sprayed all the windows completely. I'm like, what?
Yeah. We'll have a conversation with them when they award the contract because I've talked to them. We've had concerns.
This is for the insects and the pests.
Yes, it's the best value right now. Our best bet is to do it ourselves. But I need to give her some time to take the training.
Okay. Because it is a required licensing, right?
Yes.
Well, I understood it anyway. So what's the amount? This one right here, 2,600?
Yes.
Award the pest control on a monthly basis? Is that what we're doing, or
Yes.
3-month basis?
Till January 1.
Till January 1st. And this is the total cost for that? Till January 1st? January 1st,
I would
$2,650.
approve it at their rate of 17 per building, because if you put a cap on it, if they have to come back for some reason, or we add a different building and now we're out of whack
Well,
on it.
that would be fine, but you got 7 cabins, it says $34,
Yeah.
34.
Because those are monthly.
Okay.
Or just go like we did with the total. Yeah, that'll work.
So I'll make a motion that we approve Busy Bugs Pest Control LLC through May through January 1st, 2022 for the amount of $2,652.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Did you talk to him about that one? I gave you oh, you already approved it. Okay, sorry, I didn't mark it off. We're going to start the taxiway layout this week. I do have a demolition plan for the car wash. We're only waiting on Effigy to drop the service line. We've talked to all the other vendors. Did the watershed grants. There's a few things today. That should do it for now.
What about the old county attorney's office? Have we got any design layout? Did Danny do that?
Danny Nation did, yeah.
Have
you looked at that?
you looked?
Who did what?
He had a pretty good little layout on something that he had drew up himself.
For the county attorneys, right?
Was designed here for the Brick County Attorney's Office, or was it for
Both.
the courthouse?
Have you seen it at all?
No, he's not working with me at all.
It's for district courts and for the attorney's building.
I've never.
He just
I've
he
never-
just had
I don't-
something set up that
Where's
was,
it at?
he has it on a software program or something. He had showed me, I think.
He showed me the one on the,
Well, he's not going through the chain of command because I never saw a thing on it.
Right.
Well, I think he had reached out to us. David got us an email over it, and I was over there and I took a look at it.
Did you?
Don't know nothing about it.
Okay.
one I seen was the judicial building. I don't think I remember seeing the other one.
Okay. Anyway, that all said, set it to the side. I know I see smoke coming out of your ears.
Well, you have to have a chain of command. He doesn't even,
Okay, all right.
He
Now,
didn't do it on his own.
he does it all the time.
did the attorneys, did you go over there and look at that? Not you, the appraisers, I'm sorry. I keep saying attorney.
They looked at it.
And,
It'd been so long ago, I can't remember what they weren't real happy about it.
right, well, that's,
And then I looked at it, put us over there,
right.
and I never heard anything back, so I haven't touched it.
But we need to
since
decide on that. So something needs to be done because we need to get some remodeling done in there if we're going to keep it.
Right. And
Right.
Yeah, I think the plan that Danny proposed, I understand from what I remember what you said, was to put you guys in that building.
It was the same thing that you and I had talked about.
Well, that's what I'd proposed a long time ago,
Yeah.
but I never got an answer, so I
think-
dropped it.
I think he just drafted up
He just-
something to accomplish that, I
Yep.
think. I've never seen it either, but
Okay, so anyway, we need to figure out because we need to,
yeah.
eventually we're going to have to do something and
If-
everybody's going to be trying to do it at one
People in
time.
this annex are going into that building. That remodeling to make that happen is gonna have to be done, I'm assuming by late winter,
Right.
so that they can move in there in the spring. Because this building will have to be torn down by early spring next year.
Yeah.
Because the last thing that'll happen, if we're all on the same page, the last thing that'll happen is this building will be torn down and then the concrete here will be poured
Right.
for this lot, if we're going to concrete.
Yeah. We already voted.
I don't think, we haven't actually approved a change order, but
Oh.
yeah, we've indicated that's what we want to do.
All right. So you done now?
Yep.
You'll be able to talk in there?
Oh, yeah. Probably,
I'll make a motion. Now you need 30 minutes, right? 30 minutes. At 11 o'clock, we got to come back out because we have a big meeting with the Goldberg group. Yeah. But we'll make a motion. We go into executive session for 30 minutes for personnel with Jackie Messer. That's my motion.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Is Kevin gonna be in the? Over in the-
I haven't talked to Jim. 2 weeks. Hell, I'm up going there anyway.
They just transported her to the hospital.
Larry coming?
You guys go over to St. Louis area.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Wait on Danny and then we'll start. So we asked the Goldberg group to come, and River City's here as well, I see. So we want to talk a little bit about.
Yeah, you got the letter I sent, and it kind of laid out the questions that they'd like answered.
Yes, yes.
And I assume you're prepared to do that.
We absolutely are. I know Jeff's got a letter response to kind of spell out more in detail and discuss this and whatever you guys want.
Correct.
Basically, yeah, explain what the scenario was for the particular.
Did River City get a copy of it or email it?
Okay,
We got electronic copy.
Okay.
so what we're talking about,
Yeah.
just for the public's information, is a fairly large change order involving redesigning some of the electrical system. Is that accurate?
Correct, in part, yes. And in addition to that, there was a little bit on the mechanical side as well too, and a few auxiliary architectural changes. Some little changes and whatnot. But yeah, that was a pretty steep, unfortunately, there was some error on our part on the design into this thing. That Jeff was not with the company at that time, but when Jeff was brought on board, he reviewed the electrical drawings with a previous engineer that's no longer with the company. And it caught some instances where there was life safety and code. And I'll let Jeff go into more detail about that. It's kind of explained in the letter, but we certainly give you a narrative on that.
Real quick, the letter addresses all of them, mechanical change order.
River City, have you guys seen this?
Yes.
Okay.
I can go straight to the electrical side of it.
Sure, go ahead. Whatever you want to do, we're here.
Basically, everything that's changed on those, when I came on and the previous engineers left, I had to take over engineering responsibility for the project. I did a thorough review, and in that process, I found a number of things that were not code compliant with National Electrical Code, the international, or your building codes and life safety codes. And those are the changes that were modified for this proposal request. And it's been causing increase in the price.
So,
But that's your design though, right?
but hold on just a second. So you guys designed it, you did your thing. River City reviewed it. Did you notice any of that stuff that he's talking about as far as safety or anything when you were reviewing the plans?
Well, I mean, we noticed the scope change based on
I mean, in the very beginning, when we're talking about building it before,
before this thing.
when everything was designed and they said, can you work? Because we sent it down to, I'm not trying to draw you into something. I'm just asking how we got to where we're at right now.
Well, they did their GMP
Right.
off of your original design.
And at that time, did you notice anything that, or would anything cause you for concern then?
No. Assumption.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it wasn't your job to figure out if there was any problem with the design.
Correct.
Right.
Go ahead, Danny.
Tim, let me ask you this, because I know that the electrical at the very beginning was just a huge mess. The estimated amount compared to the bids.
Right.
Now, was a lot of this stuff taken out whenever we went back the second time? And is that to get it down to the number we need and then we lost all this?
Or was
Are
it?
you talking about the GMP, the very beginning? When
Yeah.
we did the electrical, or are you talking about this PR?
No, the very beginning when we,
When the rebid, no, that was all consistent throughout that rebid process. We had board participation, we had highlight numbers, that was all the original design. So Jeff wasn't brought on until after that, after these guys had established their GMP. And that's where some of these code issues, and it wasn't stuff that was easily noticeable. I mean, I've been doing this for 22 years, I didn't catch it. And I know it's Jeff, one of our consultants, it's also my responsibility to catch these things as well too. I know we also sent stuff to the city for them to review code wise as well too, and they have to watch the thing. So unfortunately, yeah, when Jeff got brought on, he was reviewing the plans to make sure, because he's now responsible and liable for that set of plans, and found some of these issues with the code design.
It was a dramatic change. I think it came out at whatever such dollar amount, and then miraculously it came to this dollar amount, and we all said we could work with it.
Right. is what, how did it change so?
Well, again, what you're talking about is the difference between the two times they bid for the GMP, and that didn't change any of this.
Okay.
That was just difference in contractors.
And it had nothing to do with maybe those other contractors had recognized some of the stuff?
Typically, if somebody would notice something like that, it would be brought to River City's attention and our attention. to
Okay,
it.
nobody,
They would submit a request for clarification on it.
RFI.
Yeah.
yeah, okay. We didn't have any RF,
The price came down, well, we got more participation from
All right.
electric bidders on that second door.
okay,
And Apple Electric, did bid it the first time, they did bid it the second time.
okay.
And they're more or less local. I mean, more local than some of the others anyway.
And so I know I interrupted you really rudely,
I'm
but,
just gonna explain more. The systems that were modified for your emergency generator, distribution system.
Okay.
It's a very complicated part, but the whole intent of that system is you're trying to maintain, there's different flavors to emergency power. And you're trying to maintain separation between all of these that, if you wanna back up the refrigerator and break, that's not like an emergency life safety item. That's gotta be on a different branch of this distribution system. And that's really what was getting into the issue between all the life safety systems for your emergency lighting, your fire alarm systems, smoke exhaust systems, as compared to all the other parts of the buildings that the codes define these different flavors of power.
Okay.
That's what drove this segregation and this change order.
Well, would it be safe to say that based upon that, if nothing else, your conversation with this gentleman already today, that you'd be willing to acknowledge that the changes were probably necessary if the codes require that they're necessary, but the issue is not, we don't want to make these changes. The issue is who's responsible for this.
Right.
That's one of those things that unfortunately, had that stuff been designed like that in the first place, it would have been part of that bid package, would have been part of that GMP from River City. Unfortunately, things were developed or discovered after the fact, and that's why this is, in my opinion, an added cost to the GMP. It's unfortunate the timing of it. I'm glad it got thought prior to being in the field. We had a big fiasco that would cost considerably more than that. And one other thing that probably worth noting as well too, that you'll see in that letter too, this original change order was over $300,000 coming out of the gates. In part of Jeff's continued review of the electrical design, he was able to find some other modifications to be made that brought that down to $139,000. Just of other issues that can be simplified and made better and still meet code requirements, still meet functionality requirements. So that effort of Jeff and Ross Berzini uncovered some code issues that needed to be corrected, and also uncovered some issues that were a little over-designed or things to be changed to simplify and lessen the cost of the project. So it's kind of a plus and minus. Unfortunately, the timing of it was after the bid, after these guys had contracts with their subs. And so that's why we're dealing with this now at the 11th hour and trying to move forward. So unfortunately, it wasn't in the original documents. So had it been, it would have been part of the original GMP.
So how are we rectifying it?
Well, so typically when something like this happens, and River City, their GMP covered the original design. So this is above and beyond scope that was not covered in the original design. Just like if the county come back and say, hey, we want to add some more square footage to this building, that wasn't in their original GMP design. So that would be a modification to the guaranteed maximum price from River City. That being said, I think something like this shouldn't be coming out of contingency because it wasn't a scope gap, it was a deficiency, it was an error in our design. There's pieces that were missing for that. This early in the game, I'd be hard pressed to want to pull it out of contingency. However, once we get further down the road, if we don't have a whole lot of other change orders and issues, there's still money left in their contingency that would come back to the county that would then offset this GMP cost and still fit within that original.
But why should we spend it on that?
Understood. I mean, these pieces here, stuff that had to be there per code. I mean, that's what we're dealing with. Said, have they been there before? Wish they would have been there before, but they
Right.
weren't. But these are like.
Based on whose code though? Like the city, Mountain City?
So, yeah,
have a whole lot of codes, do
in
they?
the absence of some codes, you default to the international building codes and the national electrical code. And that's where some of these things come into play is over the national code.
Wouldn't that be based on your guys' original, design? I mean,
That's what he
That's what
said.
he's saying, they missed it.
They missed it.
I mean, we, our engineers.
So, and I guess that's our whole point. That's a lot of money for us to soak up.
Understood.
The thing you gotta understand about these guys is that they're in a political position that where
Right.
once they accepted the GMP,
Right.
they came to people and said, this is it. This is.
I'm the one.
Oh, I,
Jim, I don't. This is me swerving, all right? No,
no, I understand.
and so we got the guaranteed maximum price, you would think.
Right.
It's a done deal, right? Other than unless we get some crazy idea that we want to build a fire department in there or something. It's a done price. And the only time we would talk to Warren or any of his crew is if we wanted to make any of those changes or something came up like this came up.
Right.
So we're back to the issue of we don't want to pay for it.
Right.
Well, the contingency fund is if we change something.
Yeah.
Right? So what part, help me understand what we did to make this happen.
You didn't. There's nothing you guys did at all.
Right.
Why are you asking us to pay for it? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's, no, I do. Like I said, it was an error on our part. To me, it's an impediment to the project. You're getting pieces of equipment and stuff that was not in the original document. I mean, so it's tangible stuff that the county is getting as part of the building construction. So had it been there in the first place, you guys would have paid for it to begin with. And so now it's unfortunately coming after the fact. And so that's why we're asking.
But we might not have built the project the way it was if that was the case.
That's
I mean, remember, we were shuffling.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And we gave up a lot just to finish with what we're getting, and now you're asking.
Right.
So that's where I'm at on it. I mean, we could talk about it all day, but I think that River City's doing a great job so far.
Right.
And I'm not interested in paying for it. That's where I stand on it.
So what do you feel? Do you feel that we should be responsible for the?
Well, I mean, I don't know how to engineer, and I don't know that,
Right.
not that Jim was involved. Yeah, I think you're responsible for it at this point. And I'd like to just get it resolved before, it goes down the road any further.
Right.
I mean, now that you've mentioned it, it has to be changed. Is that correct? Right? You brought up a problem and an issue. Now, Warren's certainly not going to be wanting to deal with it anymore.
Right.
It's got to be done. So if it's got to be done,
Right.
somebody's got to pay for it. That's where we're at on it.
Understood.
I got you. So, I don't know. How you feeling about it? Same thing?
Yeah.
So we're kind of all three feeling the same way that, we got what we thought we were getting, but we really didn't get it.
Right.
So,
Understood.
so
Let me have a conversation with Larry and see what his thoughts are on this.
I don't- yeah, and I came here with an open mind, hoping that maybe we could work out something so we don't have to get ugly and that's certainly not a threat. It's just,
Right.
we don't want to pay for it.
No, and I understand your point of view. I said, it's a tough, because yes, you guys got a guaranteed maximum price that included this. Unfortunately, this piece was left out of it.
Right.
Now it's coming in.
But-
It's a large number.
You have errors and omissions insurance and things like that to cover
We do.
errors and omissions.
We do. I would be more apt to negotiate something outside of that. Good.
I just
Go
feel
in
like
that direction for one. It's just it's a mess.
I know.
with a lot of the big projects I've ever worked on with my company, coming right out the gate with this number is huge because there's going to be a lot of this crap going on, and we all know that. I mean, that's scary to me.
Well, like I said, I think it was a one-off thing. I know these guys have reviewed the documents in Linn. We got through the toughest part of the project. Is there gonna be some other little things that come up? More than likely, yes. Something of this magnitude? No, there's not gonna.
Do you feel pretty good about that, his statement?
We actually talked about this right from the meeting.
And I know you two, this is your first workings with this architect, right? Basically.
They had a good set of documents. And opportunity to reflect that. But these type of things, we would not ever imagine or be able to foresee a major code issue.
Right. Yeah, I guess I wasn't trying to drag you into something. I was trying to clear up when somebody submits you something that you don't go and check every single little thing. You just, I guess you just take it for what their engineers
Do you have an engineer as well? Okay, okay. Yeah, I didn't, yeah.
Typically, what we do in most of these projects, especially this kind of delivery method, is you have a contingency amount that's supposed to incorporate the smaller changes or whatever, but obviously this size.
Yeah.
Change order at this stage, this early construction.
Okay, so let's just work on it.
Appreciate the opportunity. I think we can come up with something that's mutually agreeable. And I think the things that have to be done to keep the project going is the right thing to do.
Right.
We need to have some further discussion about how this monetarily worked out and these are.
Did you have anything else?
I do have some, it doesn't pertain to none of this electrical stuff, but when I first got in, I think I had asked about, like our county department heads, rotating over into that new building. So, like our sheriff, his budget's gonna be crazy. How does he, and I think Larry had told me that, that you guys were gonna be working with us to help us with that type of stuff.
Yep.
Now, so does Kevin just reach out to say, Kevin, he needs to,
Yeah, so Sheriff Brennan's been in contact.
Oh, he has? Okay.
They're working on, yes, budgetary stuff, operational costs, at least some training and transition coming up, as well as staffing analysis. That's the other thing I think Joe's been working on. So there's been some back and forth so far. And I'll certainly make sure if you guys want that information, I can funnel it through Gary just to make sure you guys are in the loop on that as well too.
And I think one of the other things was holding prisoner, state and federal prisoner contracts. I think he had some connections, he thought, or something like that.
Yeah, we did a similar thing with Bourbon County
Yeah.
down there. Sheriff Martin contacted the state, got a letter from them to house X number of state prisoners for X number of dollars a day, and was able to negotiate a contract, but that kind of helped supplement the revenue for the sheriff department as well.
And I toured the Bourbon County jail down there. I think you had brought this up a couple of weeks ago. Architects, does any of your guys still come over there and look at the project, or are you guys pretty much done with your part
No,
of
in
it?
fact, I was in conversation with Bill Martin here a couple of weeks ago, and I still stay in contact with Bobby Reed, their jail administrator. If there's ever something that comes up, they know how to get a hold of me, we'll help out.
But you don't have scheduled visits?
Yeah, actually, as we have there's a contractor owner meeting once a month where.
Oh, for this, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought
For-
you meant past
for here.
projects.
Oh.
Yeah, we have a meeting once a month where I represent you guys. The River City's there, typically either Kevin or somebody from his office is there, and we hit all kinds of issues and.
Right, plus we do some virtual meetings as well too, and there's a ton of correspondence back and forth.
Sure.
River City in our office, whether it's submittals or RFIs, pay apps, that type of stuff. So yeah, no, we definitely stay in contact with this, and we'll be long after the project's done, so.
that's good to hear, because
Yeah, no,
It's-
we stay
I mean,
on these things, and this is our reputation.
They thought you just sold the project, you're out the door.
well, you know what I mean. It's, you get an RFI and 3 weeks later, you're still trying to figure out what color to paint something, and you know how that goes. So, and it's, I'm not saying that's how you guys are. It's just, I've dealt with a few of them like that, and it's just really difficult.
No, I don't operate like that in our company. And I know in addition to that, Larry's had some meetings with Sheriff for him to go paint and carpet and all this stuff as well. You know, they're working on those parts and pieces.
What you got, anything?
Is there anything else that we need to be thinking about, taking into consideration to be a few steps ahead on anything?
That's a very good question. I think off the top of my head, I mean, until we get a little further down the road on the construction piece, which is seems to be going well from keep the rain away, but no, once we get a little bit further, there'll be some other things that'll be happening with the training and transitioning. So Joe Weber will be here to train the sheriff's department on some courses and so forth. So we're down here every month, at least once a month, to go over OAC meeting stuff and do it once a month. But no, I think we're in good shape for now.
Okay.
I know we do need to come back and visit with you guys about the Discovery Center piece of this as well too, which has never been resolved. So
Okay.
it's something that's still on our plate to, we have a commitment to you guys to finish up and see if we can get with the budget.
There is a restoration company in Kansas City, I don't have its name right now, that apparently does really good with grants for these
Yeah.
courthouses. Specifically for courthouses.
Got it.
It'd be interesting to find out something about that.
Sure. I know in some of the other jurisdictions we work with, I know we're doing renovations in courthouse up in Dickinson County right now, which is not a historic courthouse like your guys', but it is in a historic district. So we've been working with the state historic folks on that. And there is some funding available through the state, but they have some pretty stringent criteria. However, that's something we can certainly look at as far as that piece goes.
Okay.
Gary?
Yes.
I mean, is this a format we talk about, maybe moving out of the annex?
Yeah, I think they've pretty well come to a decision that what they want to do, and this is a good time for us to all talk about that.
When you start with your dozer, we'll start running out the doors.
Well, and what I was explaining to, Gary, a few weeks back, we set up our preliminary schedule as part of our GMP2 contract,
Right.
based on an 18-month project. On that preliminary schedule, we had finished with the Justice Center building in February time. After that February timeframe, we would then demo this annex building, you guys would move into the building, and we'd still finish the overall project in the 18-month timeframe. When we start setting up a full, very detailed baseline schedule, we start looking at all the parts and pieces. We realized that we needed the full 18 months to do Justice project. And we didn't do a good enough job communicating with you guys, but we did show on our baseline that the annex has to begin demo or
Right.
some aspect in this upcoming summer.
Right.
To allow us to finish up. So
What's the ideal latest time we can do that?
I'm going off of top of my head right now. I believe it was around July.
Oh, Lord.
But I think we determined in our discussions, did we not, that if we choose to go concrete here rather than asphalt,
Yes.
that we can postpone that till spring.
Yes, we have been in contact or communication with Goldberg Group on that. There's some options of concrete's a much better end product, much lasts a lot longer. It's lower maintenance. Concrete is more expensive than asphalt. So that's something we're still looking at, rough order of magnitude with Marbury Concrete.
Okay.
Through the current asphalt contract.
Well, okay, all right, I got you.
So it's a better, I'll call it that,
Okay.
with all concrete pavement, so.
And they understand that there'll be an increase in the cost of the parking area if they do that.
Yes.
We don't know how much they increase. We talked about the possible ranges based on stuff that you'd given us.
Yes.
I think I'm speaking for.
No, you did, yeah.
And they,
It's still considered.
Mm-hmm.
but I think if the increase is reasonably, if it doesn't double in price, let's say,
Well, the big unknown is asphalt.
Right.
Due to oil prices. We go thinking about doing asphalt work next spring, right before the building gets turned over, there's no telling.
You got a whole barrel.
Concrete's a little more stable.
Well, the way I laid it out to them, it basically had three options. We can demo here in July and do asphalt like the GMP has it, or we could do concrete and wait and demo in the spring, or we could demo in the spring and take a chance on what asphalt is.
That's basically it.
I mean, you basically got those three options, and the two that aren't going to cause an increase in price, I mean, the one that's not going to cause an increase in price is to demo this summer, but that's going to involve relocating people.
Yeah,
So,
that's why we need to.
What about the storage units in the car wash?
well, that storage unit will have to come down before you can finish the parking lot.
No, the current design is not, the parking lot can still be done with those storage units.
The parking lot doesn't go that far
It originally was
west.
gonna stay there, wasn't it?
There was the very first change order.
Okay.
The good sized credit change order on this project. We essentially, gave back the entire demo of this building. This was broken out, the selective demo of the government center, the complete structural demo of this. Gave that back. We had an add to demo with our same demo contract in the car wash and 2 storage units. And there's some other things involving our site utility contract with them.
Right.
I think it was like a $25,000 credit. What that removed was the demo of this is now by the owner.
Right.
And we included no demo of the 2
Right.
storage units in the car wash. But if you overlay the plans, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, that parking lot, these storage units were never supposed to go down.
Okay.
The original bid, because at that time, that wasn't a county project.
Right.
So we took it up to this property line here.
So the parking lot that is in the bid only goes to the west side of this building, basically?
Yes. And to
The
the
whole-
east side of that one store.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's all I think we got then.
So on the car wash, we just have to unhook power and it's ready to come down on.
It's ready to come down as soon as the power company unhooks it. And that'll be pretty quick, I think.
Anybody else got anything?
I appreciate you coming and talking about this.
Thank you.
It's much better to get it cleared up now than.
No, that's an unfortunate circumstance, but I'm hoping we can optimistically work something out together.
Yep. Sorry you had to walk into that. It'd be an easier project. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Jackson needs wanting some more
Uh-huh.
time, Sean's here and wants him in on some, we've got handbook updates.
Let's do the handbook of the heck.
We've still got the, employment agreement and resolution that we talked about. You may want to go discuss in there for a little while first.
Okay.
Okay. You're handling the handbook thing today, not the girls?
Maybe Gary and I.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we had everything worked out last time, basically, except the whole question of,
Them.
the exempt personnel and what we do about vacation and sick leave.
Right.
And as we discussed it, and as the personnel people kicked it around, it's clear to us that generally speaking, exempt people don't draw vacation and sick leave, because the whole point of being exempt is you plan your schedule to fit your own needs, basically, or fit your position's needs. The big problem that raises, just stopping providing that, is that we've got people who have been
Doing that.
who have been doing it. They've been gathering sick leave, and they have the expectation that they would have it. So what we have put together is a proposal that would do the following. It would say that full-time, non-exempt employees will continue to amass sick leave or vacation. Let's talk about vacation first. Will continue to amass vacation just like they have been, but exempt employees would not receive vacation. Okay. Then the people who are now exempt and have vacation time saved up would be paid out for that now.
You just said that.
Huh?
But you said originally when you started this, that they weren't supposed to be doing it in the first place.
Shouldn't have been.
So-
But the policy allowed them to. That's what I'm saying.
Is that right? Okay.
That's the thing. It shouldn't have been, in theory. I mean, most places don't allow exempt people to accumulate vacation and sick leave. Some do. It's perfectly legal to do it, but most places don't.
Why on earth will we pay them out right now? Why not just leave that there and they not accrue no more, and then when they actually retire,
Well, you could do that. You could let it sit there until they retire and pay it out at that time.
I don't think about
It involves,
what disadvantages would it be to them to allow that to happen? I'll let you speak. By not paying you out, but letting you keep what you got, and then when you retire, you get your money.
I don't have a problem with that myself. I can't speak for Dee or any of the other exempt employees. I will say I was an exempt employee for the state of Kansas. As Jackie mentioned, I was an engineer for the abandoned mine land program for several years. I was an exempt employee with them, and I received both vacation or annual leave and sick leave benefits with the state of Kansas when I was an exempt employee.
Okay.
So clearly, they
private.
have done that.
What I'm talking about, really, more than government.
Dee, I'm going to let you speak too, if you want to.
Having said that, I have around, I think, 192 hours of annual leave right now and 360 plus or minus hours of sick leave that I've accrued. When I retire, I would get paid all of my annual leave plus 1/4 of my sick leave.
Okay.
In talking with David this morning, I think the discussion was I would get paid my annual leave in a buyout and my sick leave would just all go away and I wouldn't get paid anything for it. I'm losing a benefit that if it was there when I retire, that makes about $100 a month difference in my keeper's retirement, having it or not having it. Obviously, that's my concern. If 100 hours of sick leave plus or minus and the 192 hours of annual leave I have can be put in a bank that I get paid for when I retire from the county, I'm getting that benefit. I don't care what happens in the future, so to speak.
Okay, and
I just don't want to lose the benefit I have now, nor do I want to lose $100 a month for the rest of my life in a retirement.
Dee, you want to speak on it? What's your feelings on it?
Is how many exempt employees have you got? How many dollars are we actually talking about?
I don't know. We had a list. There was, 6 or 7. But anyway, keep going on.
And I assume this is all stemming from some people that have left in the past that we've paid a lot of money to.
Right, I think.
Is that my fault? No, it's not my fault. So why am I being penalized for something that the commission approved in the past?
Right, and you're not. We're going over it right now to find out which is the best way. And if we had a policy then we got to uphold a policy that we had.
Well, I guess another question would be, is if we're not going to get vacation, we're not going to get sick leave, do we still have to sign into the payroll system?
We'll work on it. Hang out back there and then we'll talk about all that and you can come back up and speak again. So you heard his questions. What?
The vacation part of it would be a little over $30,000 right now.
If you paid it all out?
Sick leave, roughly half that much again, so about 15. Just at a quick glance.
So with some of these questions too is if they get it up to now and now they don't get it. Go ahead, speak again. That's the question. How are we going to manage that?
Managing holding it until retirement is an issue we haven't looked at yet because it would just be a record keeping issue. I mean, we get to sort out how we're going to do that. Whether we take a snapshot of what we've got here and store it in their files. I'm worried about, depending on when that is, if it's 6, 7 years down the road, none of us are still here at the time, and you've got the one employee retiring then that's coming in saying, hey, I know this, nobody here knows anything about it. I mean, it's.
And his question was, it left my mind for a second, sorry, is why do they need to keep track of it from here on in?
By clocking in.
By clocking in.
I mean, we like to know when the employees are working, whether it's now, is it necessary to pay them? No. How do you know if D's working 60 hours a week or 20 hours?
No, I'm hearing that.
Well, and when I started 11 years ago, the handbook actually said exempt employees not required to work a 40-hour week.
Right. That's the whole definition.
So
But, yeah,
you're more or less forcing me to work a 40-hour week now and take vacation or sick leave to not work a 40-hour week. How many times are you going to allow me to not work 40 hours and still pay me my salary?
as long as you're exempt and the job's getting done is the way that's supposed to work. That I'm not the person in control.
But by the same token, if you, for a whole year, work 20 hours a week and the job's getting done, then there's going to be questions raised about whether that's a full-time job. You know, isn't that accurate?
Okay.
Of course, you're dealing with an entity in here. We don't know what we're going to be doing tomorrow. We don't know what we're going to be doing in 30 minutes. We're not quite like some of your other exempt employees.
Right. Yeah, I got you.
And just a little throwback into the sick leave part of it, I think part of what got to that determination of not paying it out the way this was written or rewritten was we've had examples in the past of people who went from being non-exempt to exempt, or from non-exempt to elected, which is also an exempt position. And at that time, those people were paid out their vacation, but their sick leave just went away. They didn't get anything for it. I use me as an example. 17 years ago, whenever that was, I had 396 hours of sick leave when I took over as county clerk. That was all just gone. I did not get paid for it. I did get paid for my vacation. I had to let. Doesn't mean it has to be that way, but that's, I think, the logic.
Yeah, this was set up modeled on that.
Okay.
But he chose to run for an elected office knowing that would happen. I mean, we didn't choose for this situation to be presented, if you will. I've donated conservatively 15,000 hours of overtime, which is somewhere between $500,000 and $750,000 for the county. He's donated thousands of hours in the 11 years he's been here. We work, and David can confirm, we put our time in. We don't work 80 hours in our 2-week period. We use vacation time to get to 80 hours. So we're following the rules, and it feels like we're being penalized for that.
All right.
We get 80 hours on Friday of the second week and go home because we have our 80 hours in, and the fire alarm goes off on Friday evening, Saturday, or Sunday. We're forced to come out and work time that we have no way to get back because there's nowhere to write it off on because we're at the end of the 2-week period.
Happens all the time.
We have to come out and take care of that. We don't get overtime pay for that. We don't get comp time. We can't take comp time off the next week because we're not eligible for comp time.
Right.
Clearly, the exempt employee, the benefit is to the county, not to the exempt employees. And now we're in this situation where we're going to lose sick leave, annual leave. And if I don't come to work, it's not going to be very long before you guys get rid of me and hire somebody else. We're not like elected officials. An elected official, and I'll use the sheriff because I know it's true of the sheriff doesn't have to come in. All he has to do is maintain an office in the county seat. He doesn't ever have to come to the office. It just has to be there. Now, if the sheriff doesn't ever come to work, the citizens will vote the sheriff out and put someone else in. So he has a compelling reason to come to his office. If Dee or I don't show up, we're going to get fired.
Gotcha. Okay. Enough said.
I guess another question would be, why can't we just be grandfathered and left alone?
Okay.
And then your new employees coming in would fall under your new rules.
Well, obviously, no, when they brought this question up, and it wasn't me, and it wasn't these guys, when they were trying to work out this handbook, they didn't know that it was going to come. I guess they didn't realize what they were actually affecting. So I will say that some legal question I have on this whole thing with us, we'll discuss in executive session. And then we're going to pick up 10 more minutes of personnel time with Jackie, and we're going to bring Sean West into his as well. So
Would it be fair to say we're probably not going to act on this today then?
I don't know. Do you want to act on it today? We resolve it today. Why not?
I think we need to, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, why kick the can down the road any further? Let's either piss everybody off or.
So what do you think's fair to you, Dee, and Doug?
He wants it grandfathered. Is that right?
That would be my choice.
Is that what you want?
That would not bother me. Obviously, it's all my problem. I
Okay.
just want to be treated fairly.
And other than that way, how is being treated fairly?
For me, I can't speak for any of the other exempt employees. If you pay me for my 100 hours of sick leave that I would have at the end of my retirement and the annual leave that I have built up, and that counts towards my final salary from the state, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Whatever you want to go to.
So either pay you out or let it go to the end when you retire.
Correct.
Either way, you're fine with that.
I would be fine with that.
And these for letting it be grandfathered. Is that correct?
I just want it I just want to know that I'm not going to get shafted in the end But if I take time off and don't get 80 hours, am I going to be penalized for it? You shake your head no, but
Okay, well, we'll talk about it and see if we can figure it.
Definition of being exempt, you don't have to be there.
All right.
They see.
but that's not what the handbook reads now on exempt. It don't read what it read when I started 11 years ago.
I've not argued that. I don't know what it said.
11 years ago, it said exempt employee not required to work a 40-hour week. That's not what it says now.
All right. How much more time do you need?
Sean's here once, Tim.
Separate from 15? What's his reasoning? Personnel, legal? So it's personnel, 25 minutes personnel. 10 with Sean, 15 for Jackie Messer, and 10 legal for the handbook. That's my motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Don't leave. Whatever happens, I want you to be standing here. Yeah. Yeah.
the hiring appraiser.
Oh, yeah. We got action this time. Well, you usually are.
Jackie, you want this bid back on that, pest control, that sheet?
Oh, yeah. I left this. Wasn't.
You can get a leash for him. You can get a leash for him.
A leash?
Yeah, bring wherever you go. Maybe put a bridle and a bit in his mouth or something. I don't know.
Shot collar.
A shot collar.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make a motion. We hire a new appraiser that we've interviewed and very happy with. And Gary put together her name and
Yeah,
what we're doing.
Catherine Bridges, and it'd be a 4-year contract, that's what's required by statute. Start July 1st of this year and terminate on June 30th, 2025. She will be a full-time appraiser, an exempt employee, and her annual salary would be $85,000.
Before you complete, are you also approving and signing this employment agreement and adopting the resolution appointing the person? Is that all in one?
Yeah, that is. So that's my motion to hire that appraiser. Everything they said.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Okay, so I have some stuff for you to sign.
And then based upon, you ready to do this other thing then?
Go ahead.
Based upon the discussion, it's my understanding that the commissioners want to, or at least want to consider, the following. A motion that in their, revision of the, handbook, the policy will be changed, as follows. Exempt employees from this time forward, or from the time of the handbook is adopted forward, will not receive vacation or sick leave. They would be paid out all their vacation time and 1/4 of their sick time that they now have, and that let me get this other, and that they would be they would normally be expected to work around a 40-hour week, but their schedule would be at their own discretion. So, and according to the needs of their department. That sounds about right, David.
I think so.
You got it all typed in, David?
No, but
Yeah. We'll just wait and David can read it back and somebody can make a motion.
with the new handbook provision, exempt employees will no longer accrue vacation or sick leave. However, all current exempt employees will be paid for their accumulated vacation and 1/4 of their sick at this time.
My motion as stated by David.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
And we're gonna continue with the clocking in,
Yeah.
just like it is now.
Here's the employment agreement on the appraiser. There's a place for Rick to sign that, and I need to fill in some dates. And then the resolution that was passed with it, there's a place for all of it to sign. And then we will get that out to Catherine for her signature on the employment agreement. And we have talked to her. I mean, I think she's okay with everything with John. She has not signed.
No, you don't need to know.
Well, I got a question then. We take off, do we still use our vacation sick leave?
No.
No.
So we're just
you
done
work
with it.
whatever hours you want to work, as long as you get the job done. but you gotta clock in, that's all.
I had a question. Bobby Johnson, example. When he went from non-exempt to exempt, he get paid out for the vacation he has. Because he's gonna go to where he doesn't get it. So these type of employees, if they jump to exempt status.
The policy that we have drafted says exactly that. It says, let me read it to you. It says, if an employee's status changes from non-exempt to elected or non-exempt to exempt, any unused vacation time will be paid out at the next pay period, but that'll have to be now say unused vacation time and a quarter of sick leave time, because we didn't have that in what we. Yeah.
You got more?
One real quick thing. We had talked about a ground sweeper, custodial, janitorial that'll help for 6 months, a seasonal position, not a part-time.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And I had, and I was wanting to hire, well, here's the lady, her name. At that, and the rate is right there.
You talked to her already? She's willing to take it for that? Deidre, is it Deidre? Deidre Malcolm from Mound City, or City of Pleasanton, it says here.
Okay.
City of Pleasanton. You know her? Okay. For a seasonal mower.
And the rate.
3D, $10.0522. That's my motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Do we need to, if we're updating a policy, do we need to?
We'll have to revise this.
Okay, there's going to be a revision in the policy with the terms of the effects of the use of IT and getting your stuff approved prior to going out and purchasing.
And I'll need to revise what we just did on the, because what we had written for revisions for the handbook didn't include sick leave, so we need to add that. So we'll have that ready for you.
So once that's signed, David, we're all good on the handbook. We don't have to talk about it no more. And when do we start? You can skip a year if you want. What about budget signs? Because budgets are coming up when? July, June?
I asked people to have them into you by the end of June.
Okay.
I just sent the information out to them last week so they could get started. It's a push to get it all in by then, but we still, at this point, don't have state assessed valuation, so I can't even start to tell you what kind of mill levy till we get that and we get everybody's budget in.
And with what's passed in legislature, do we have to do anything different when we approve budgets this year?
It depends on what we do.
Okay.
If we decide we want more tax dollars, then yes, there's more steps to go through and the timeline changes.
Okay.
If we're not gonna go over our previous year's tax dollars, it really doesn't change what we're doing.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't see a reason the county would need to go over tax dollars. Now, I haven't seen everyone's budget yet to tell you that's a definite answer, but I'll be surprised if we need more tax dollars than we did last year.
Okay. With that said, and budgets coming up, they're very important. But here's my focus is to me, we never put together a good budget. In other words, Jim, you give me a budget and you say, here's my budget, Rick. Last year I got 40,000. This year I need 50,000. And you don't know why, but I just raised it 10%. And then at the end of the year, out of that $50,000 that we gave you, you put 20 or 30,000 into next year's, roll it over. That's not really a budget. Would you say that?
No.
I agree. If I get a dollar sign in front of me, I'm probably not going to approve it. That's just I want a description, explanation, and.
So I don't know if you can get that word out to him this year. Maybe do a little bit more effort, but everybody wants extra whatever they want to say, they can say, but every year we're going to move this amount of money over to this for rollover for next year, and let's start again.
We have $4 sign, that's it.
And we already have contingency funds we're building every year anyway, but they seem to grow and grow and grow and grow.
Right. You know, looking at that, typically, road and fire have tried to budget for some carryover to put away. Occasionally, some of the rest of us do if we know we
Yeah.
need something, but most of the time, it's not budgeted that way. It's just, hey, here's what we have left.
And it's really, this is going to be a tough year because the outside agencies, a lot of them, like you look at Area on Aging, for example, they got close to $2 million, you know, that is government, federal dollars and stuff, and CARES Act and all this other stuff. So,
One thing I point out is there's a difference, just it's technical, but it's important, the difference between carryover and end of the year transfers. I mean, carryover actually reduces, it doesn't increase what they can spend next year. It reduces the amount of taxes you got.
right.
during next year.
Okay, that's fair
End of
enough.
the year transfers is what you're really talking about.
Right.
Is where I hold, save it up, got it, and then at the end of the year, I transfer it into
Right.
a different budget.
Yeah.
Like wherever an equipment reserve or something.
Yeah.
So that's,
Carryover's a good thing.
yeah, carryover
We
is good
didn't
to
have
have.
a percentage of carryover just to make fun. However, most of that is in contingency and windfall and things that I work with on the overall budget. It's not so much the individual departments that need.
As long as carryover to me is not, it should be intentional.
Carryover to me is working really hard not to go over your budget and just whatever's left.
And that's a good thing. If you have budget left at the end of the year, that's a good thing because that reduces.
Not if your budget, but not Gary, if your budget, if you didn't ever needed it,
No, I'm just.
go over a 5-year period and they've never gotten close to their budget.
Say, okay, so you look and see that they consistently have a carryover, then maybe you should reduce their budget in the future.
Yeah.
But you don't want them to spend it just because it's there.
Exactly.
You don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to cause that
You don't
either.
want to punish carryover.
Right.
Because you don't want them to say, oh, I got to spend this.
Right.
You know, but by the same token, if you got consistent carryover, you want to try to back off.
I just want them to think.
But carryover does not increase taxes, it actually lowers taxes
For the next year.
for the next year.
Yeah.
And it does depend some on which budget and which department you're talking about, because in some cases, there are needs to budget the way, well, benefits is one.
Mhm.
I have to budget
Sure.
for the maximum cost and we'll budget everything.
Right.
Most of the time we don't. We had a couple of years ago, we had one where we pretty much did it to max all. This year, it looks like we're gonna be way. So, you know, that's one that, there's not a lot of choice on something like that. There is choice when it's, if you're just putting stuff in there to have a big amount left over so you can transfer.
All right. Anybody got anything? See you tomorrow night. Make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Moved and second, all in favor? Aye.
Somebody asked me to stay.
If you want to talk here, something.
Can you give me a breakdown on that?
No, you already answered the question. You said you was gonna put together a small agenda and send to them?
I sent it out.
You're awesome. Thank you.
So what changed between the I think?
You'll always talk about.